Hi everyone, we're back again. We're live. Let's hide this. So today I just want to implement some maybe quick stuff. Let's zen out a little bit. So two things I wanna, if we go to Alien for example, I wanna make this compulsory, basically required. Skip serializing and default. The reason why I want that is that this is a read-only field, and because it's a derived field and not serialized, so we don't expect this in our database because we derive the field from joining. In this case, it's actually a reference through the hedge because we're dealing with graphs. Then we also want a default value, right? And default in this scenario would be, in this case, an empty array. So there are two ways. There are other ways that we can actually go about this that I've thought but I think would be suboptimal. And if I show you an example here, so here we've got the surreal whatever. So let's do, if we go maybe here, go somewhere here. So we've got a bunch of records already, but what if I do something like let's try to update records. Let's update but 100 and set the skills equals to none. Let's see what happens. So you see it deleted a field, and so even if I could serialize the field as none, I don't want a situation whereby it alters the field in the database even though the field shouldn't be in the database. And think about a scenario where you have skills already saved but somehow mistakenly you're not using it as a derived field. I don't want to mistake a situation whereby you deleted data inadvertently, like without knowing that that's what you're doing. So that's why I'm not using serialization format. Rather, I'm trying to skip it entirely, at least the serialization, and we'll put in a default here. So essentially what I want to do in this PR is to enforce this. So if we don't do this now, I think currently it's not yelling at you even if you don't put it default. So I want it to yell at you to tell you that you need to put it. And in addition to that, I want to create an extra attribute. Let's say it's going to be like SurrealORM with all the fields, right? And it's going to do that for you automatically. The benefit of that is that we are able to modify this entire struct in place. With this is derived macros cannot modify your current struct, so they are in that context it will be immutable and they are only add only, but you cannot modify the struct itself. But when you're using proc macro attributes, you can actually modify in place. So what I can do in that case is that in that case you don't even have to specify this attribute, and you can just do this and it does the population automatically for you. However, that would then require you to maybe have this at the top level, or maybe not, right? So that's what I'm trying to do in this PR. So if we go to my derived macros, if we go to field receiver, I should probably rename that. That doesn't seem like the most reasonable name. So I can get attributes, generate it. I'm just doing some exploration. think I'm done with exploration. It's time to try to start. It's ready. It's ready. When it's set, we check if it's valid. When it's not set, we try to set this. So when I set it without that, I would check that. It's not set. Means this is not working at all because the attributes are empty. For some reason, it's not forwarding the attributes because it's empty. And I find that weird. Why isn't it parsing the attributes? That is weird. Okay, that has no attribute currently. So let's try. Why don't we try to put something? Let's try with this first. It's still not parsing the attributes. That is weird. Am I discarding them? No, I'm not. Like, I'm able to read the attributes. Okay, I think I know what to do. I think I know what to do now. Anyway, I'll save this module. I'll discard everything else. Let's leave. Discard that. Yeah, I want the attribute on that. We can leave this. Can leave that. Discard. Let's do that. So let's close the class first. I'm just gonna try to figure out getting the data. This is model attribute. So fields. Currently the date. The data. And I want to make sure the attributes are set on Saturday and not on SurrealORM. But unfortunately, I need to figure out why I'm not getting the attributes out. Empty code. Hey, what's up? What's good? I'm doing great, man. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Empty code. Where are you chatting from? Was it India or Germany? What's good? What is good? I guess, yeah, I'm already in my receiver. I mean, I can just like parse the data, but I want to be sure where it's coming from, and I don't want to have to table derive attributes. Um, I mean, I can work with this and tell prompt the user, but we need to deterministically tell the user that when we need to be sure if the attributes keep serializing and default are being set on the SurrealORM field. I mean, on Surrey attributes rather than SurrealORM. Now I'm trying to retrieve all the attributes, but for some reason, um, those are empty. It's not parsing out the attributes. So maybe I will have to do that manually. If I go to leave, yeah, I might have to parse that manually here. So, like, I think I was doing something like that before. Yeah. Yeah, see. I don't wanna waiting for you. So that's what we're gonna do now. Um, Sorry. I have some ideas. I have two things that I'm excited about that I'm planning to implement. I want to enforce passing the skip serializing and defaults, but I want to make sure that it's passing it to the right stuff. So, but the thing is, but I want to be sure since the problem here is that if I would want to, I wouldn't be able to do these separately except I do it at this level here because if we go to our table derived attributes, basically here I'm using this receiver already, but this receiver takes both SurrealORM and Surrey attributes. So if I'm checking the presence of skip serializing and default, it could be from either. So we have that ambiguity, and now I'm trying to get that attribute like the identifier. If it's SurrealORM or Surrey, then I can deterministically tell. But for some reason, this attribute field is not being parsed and passed down. So when I print it out, it's actually empty. I I don't I could probably open an issue, but maybe there's something I'm missing. Alternatively, so yeah, the problem is so yeah I'm already passing this right, and I couldn't do like data too, and I also don't think that would be ideal. Is it? Let's just say survey data. Then I might take this. Let's go. Basically, let's copy it out in the meantime. Do something like survey. No. while that is loading. Okay, let's see. Parameter is not satisfied. That is interesting. Let's see. I'll copy that. So I'm sure. When I think about good times that we share. To let you go, let you go. Yeah, so that's probably what we're gonna do. But that should be the field level, right? Because the struct level, just do meta. I mean, we could do it straight up from here also. Where was it? From this, we could do it here. But I'd like to do it here. So maybe I'm just gonna say parameter. Let's see. I'll use the post. So I've been mostly let you have my soul. Yep, I mostly implemented them manually. So let's do this first. Implement. Let's implement from okay. But I'm more interested in we can actually it's weird that it focuses on the error rather than actually explaining the use case. That's really weird. Require list. That doesn't say anything with regards to how this should be used. Another list. So we go path, go list, so we have the path. You can reuse this. I was doing this before. Guys, try to take that. do this. Keep this simple and say basically this. Let's do this basic check first. It's coming out. Coming this out. So can I overdose on this? Impossible. I'll try to finish ASAP. I'll just exploring some stuff, but now I'll try to get the work done. So it actually works. It says certain not set, right? But so this is the problem I was describing earlier. If you take this, right? Oh, does it follow the field? Oh, that's cool. So that was all we had to do. And that's why sometimes the first instinct is the right instinct. So this video could have just been 3 minutes. But of course, the reason why I like to do the exploration is I think I usually like to know the limitation or constraints, like what is and what is impossible. And even though that may seem very simple, knowing what's possible can often be much clearer, like clear cut, easier to know. But what's not possible can be a lot easier to know and a lot more difficult. And what's not possible. Understanding the constraints and limitations are always very useful to know. Because if you keep going down a path and you don't even know there isn't a possibility down it, again, are there like technical limitations? For example, if that has not been implemented, or just not possible practically yet. So those are two things. This library hasn't implemented this. It doesn't mean it's not possible. So they might not have implemented that because they don't have the bandwidth or something else. And it could also be because it's not practically possible due to some natural constraints. So So you're basically forwarding the attribute from Saturday. That's really good. I should have known this because I've done this. I think I've implemented it somewhere else. So we didn't even need to do all this madness. The reason is close. We're already getting that from Saturday. If we would remove this, I would reckon that wouldn't be a problem. Oh, that. So let's go to alien. Now it's not true. Okay. So it's still telling us it's not set because, of course, we have removed that from there. Now it's okay. Without that, it doesn't work. We'll try to put it here and do skip serializing and defaults. Just one of them first. It's an unknown field. Of course, we're not skipping that anymore. We do skip serializing. It would ignore that. That's what we got. No problem, because we're ignoring it. But we actually don't want to ignore it. Okay, no. Let's go. No quants, because we're not ignoring it. But we actually don't want to ignore it. We still want to parse that. And sanitizer. There's a bit of echo. Maybe I should get my. I apologize for that. Right now, I'm just using literally my. First, let me make sure I'm not using my headphone. Oh, I am. So it must have probably. It looks like I was. Is it better now? I've been procrastinating a lot. I have the right tools for my stream, but I've just not had the time to set them up. Because I really want to. My priority is to get this project out. So I apologize if you can still hear the echo. Is it better now? I could check my. Alright. The echo might be actually coming from one of these. Let's turn it off. So I've got proper mic. I've got like three. I've got the Rode wireless mic, and I've got the Rode mic, the proper condenser mic also. I've got my camera and everything, but I've not had time to really set them up. What's good, and sanitizer? How are you doing today? Where are you chatting from? So we actually shouldn't be skipping this. So I'm looking at this is like after this feature, I have just one feature left for me to be ready for 1.0. Right now, I think we already have. Oh, nice, great. If it's better now. So I need to skip that because if someone is joining the stream right now, they might think it's gonna echo throughout, but it's part of the whole thing, the whole process. So as this project stands now, I think it's already way usable. Like it's fully usable right now. I think this, in my own personal experience, this probably has a lot more feature than any ORM I've used in any language, like as it stands right now. But I still have one other feature that I'm looking to add before I release it. I mean, this in my as far as I know and understand, as I'm aware of, is the only ORM or database library that supports fully automated database migration. And I'm looking to expand that to other database engine. Awesome. I've been into Rust for the last 6 months. Can you give me a high level overview of the project? I'm new here. So basically, let's go. The project is here. So what is this project about, right? So what led to we can start from why did I start this project in the first place? So this project started, it's been about 2 years ago, and this was, so for over the last 5 years, I've wanted to have like the perfect setup, right? So that anytime I need to build Yeah, Dizu. I've tried Dizu and others also. Granted, this supports SurrealDB alone at the moment, but I'm looking to expand that in the future. So basically, the backstory to this is that I wanted the perfect setup. You know, anytime I need to start a new project, let's say I want to build a software or an application cross-platform, I just want to have a ready-made template that I can just hook into and just use. So this time I was using a lot of TypeScript, React, Java, Ruby, Python, and the likes. But I started noticing a lot of limitations in these other languages. So I was using TypeScript, right? I tried almost every ORM you could know. I tried like Mongoose, MicroRM, TypeORM, Prisma, Kaisali, and Trizu. I've tried those also. I tried um, a bunch. There is this query builder also. I can't recall exactly now. I tried probably more than 10 ORMs and query languages in TypeScript. But apart from the ORM limitations that I wasn't quite happy with making in TypeScript, I didn't like the fact that Node.js is single threaded, right? So if I needed to build a high performance CPU bound software, I couldn't do it with TypeScript. Maybe I could write some stuff in C and bind it to TypeScript, but at that point I might as well just use like C. So realistically, if I'm gonna write a game engine or even a game, can I write it in TypeScript? Of course, like I can. There are like 3D, 3JS, and um, shaders and everything that you can do in TypeScript. But should you? No, you shouldn't. If you want to write high performance, not entirely, but at least if you want to write high performance. But people always make the claim that oh, Slack is written in TypeScript, VS Code is written in TypeScript. But what about the CPU usage? Like if we were able to fly rocket to space like 60 years ago, why couldn't we run simple software with a fairly low, not so expensive laptop? And like $1,000 is an expensive laptop. So getting the idea that we shouldn't be able to run like 10 of this software without hogging the memory. So I thought like TypeScript wasn't the ideal. In addition, I was having a lot of issues with the package management in TypeScript. So I worked with like maybe package managers, but because these are mostly like afterthought, they are not heavily integrated into the ecosystem. It's really hard to not run into all these edge cases. So when I'm using Rust, for example, if something doesn't really work quite well, I I know that either there is a bug in, I don't know, in Rust itself, which usually will be patched and fixed ASAP, or I'm doing something wrong. But like more often than not, I would say 99.9% of the time, it's just me doing something wrong. But when you're using Yarn, Yarn 1, 2, 3, plug and play, Berry, you're using PNPM. PNPM is still like it was still a lot better, or NPM and the likes, Turbo Repo. If you need to do some mildly complex stuff, it can be so much pain in the ass. Like it's just so problematic. That makes sense. I love projects like this. I came from the TS way too. I love Rust, man, so I feel your pain. I run into the memory and PM as well. Right. So people say if it can be written in JavaScript, it eventually will. But should it be? Right. I don't think it should be. So for me at that point I was looking into web workers and stuff like that, but I just wasn't happy with making that trade-off and hoping that JavaScript runtime would become multi-threaded in the future or sometime. But the language was built from ground up to not support multi-threading. And for me, of course I know TypeScript is quite good, not TypeScript itself but the engines, the V8 engines and stuff, they're quite good at concurrency. But why should I have concurrency alone when I can also have parallelism? There are some cases where I want to do exclusively concurrent program or parallel program. And sometimes I want both. Like parallelism and concurrency are not mutually exclusive. I've got these two one. Sometimes I'm using them interchangeably, right? But sometimes I might use one concurrently, like alternate between two tasks, right? And but sometimes I also want to use the two to like work on those two tasks at the same time. But sometimes I want to use the two while I can still alternate between two tasks. So I don't think that's a trade-off I was willing to make. So I was like, why do people use TypeScript, Ruby, Python, and even Java? Because people don't want to write types, they don't want to work with types. But I looked in the past, and writing types has never been something I've found painful. It's something I've rather found even preferable. And looking at it, most languages are going full circle with Python not supporting types, and we have things projects like MyPy, Pylance, and of course for JavaScript we've got TypeScript, we've got PureScript, we've got Flow, we've got CoffeeScript, and even Elm and Gleam that compile to JavaScript. So same with Ruby, same with PHP. These languages now have type checkers being written, funnily in Rust for them, right? So I thought like, why not just make the investment to work mostly in low level languages? So we've got C++, we've got C. Those are like very popular ones. I know they come with a lot of baggage. C++ has a lot of like very wide API and a lot that you shouldn't probably use today, but they've just been there. They've historically and for backward compatibility in the ecosystem and blah blah blah. But I would still rather write C, and knowing that in at least a destiny I can write my own destiny than use TypeScript and Python and let other people determine my own destiny. So I was thinking, okay, let's explore that. So Golang was one of the options of what I was going to be using. But then I thought that why should I use Go? Of course, I know it's also a very good language for writing concurrent, blah, blah, blah. The package management story and everything is still decent enough. And it does have its own, what is it, garbage collector, but at least it's still better and it compiles to binary. But I was like, why should I go when I can just go fully Rust? And that was what led me to Rust. So when I got to Rust, I'm digressing way too hard now. But when I got into Rust, I wanted to write my programs, and I tried at least 10 database libraries. I could start listing them, but I tried Arbortis, I tried SQL, ORM, I tried Diesel, I work with TQL, there's one called TQL or something, and a bunch of others. Even for MongoDB, I tried, I don't recall this library written for MongoDB. So I tried all this bunch, and I was discussing with someone on Discord. He had written like for SurrealDB, he had written a library for it. And when I was using it, I was quite excited. So I said, "Oh, nice, blah blah blah." So when I started using it, I tried to, because when I try to use something, I try to break it first, and I tried to do something, and I was literally expecting that to tell me that, oh, this is wrong, you should do it this way, and it kind of allowed that. And for me, that was the main value proposition, right? I want things to give me safeguards. I don't want to have to rely on myself that I've checked everything. I just want to I just want to code. I like programming mindlessly, right? And I want that anything that shouldn't be possible shouldn't be allowed. It's like this concept of making invalid states unrepresentable. So when I'm doing something that is wrong, my program should tell me. And when you think from first principles, there's nothing inherently stopping you from knowing from telling the user or developer that they're doing something wrong, because the vast majority of this information you can actually derive them at compile time. So when I tried that, then I started sharing these ideas to him. Like, I've had this vision for what a database tooling could be like for like the last 3, 4, 5, or even more years. So we're kind of going back and forth, and he was telling me that, oh, yeah, 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 it sees that now. But he told me that it is not so experienced with macros, so he couldn't do that. So I understand. Oh, so this could be a just a knowledge limitation, right? And that's why I think it's good to think from first principles rather than just say like this thing is not possible or it has never been done, so you should not do it, right? In this case now, if I hadn't really investigated this and tried to get to the root cause, why this isn't possible yet in his own case, I wouldn't know that it was a knowledge limitation. So actually, I wanted to like contribute to his library to fix that. And I wanted to create PRs for that. But when I started and I saw it was also adding new changes, I saw that we had like fundamentally different philosophy of what this should look like, right? And rather than trying to sell and say, oh, this is the way, I thought that like I've used ORMs in Java, in Ruby, even inbuilt or open source. I've used in TypeScript. I've used in Python. I've used in like maybe 6 languages. I've used a bunch of ORMs. Like at this point, I've probably used probably more than 30 ORMs and query builders, even professionally, right? So I thought that I have this idea. I feel like I have very strong clarity on what I want to achieve. Like I have the full idea in my head of what an ideal ORM should look like to me, and I have my philosophy around it. So rather than waiting for someone to implement it, I was always excited to find out a new database library. But after playing with it for a few minutes, I realized that it's not actually doing what I would expect it to do. So I told him that I was going to spend the weekend to explore, and I did some exploration. And now it's been almost 2 months, but we're close to 1.0. So the idea is some of the philosophies is that are like I should be able to eat my cake and have it. So it feels like people always, and I made a post around when I started on LinkedIn that I've seen this happen a lot of time that an engineer starts, they write something in the ORM way, let's say in this case, SQL Alchemy or type ORM or whatever comes to your mind. They write it in the raw SQL because it's so simple, it's a lot simpler and easier to grok to write the raw SQL. But to get the type checking and everything, they have to map it back to the ORM. So I then started thinking, so what are the value proposition of ORMs? Should we even use ORMs? And why do people have issues with SQL? And I couldn't sleep. I was obsessing over this problem that I couldn't sleep. I was trying to think about from my own personal experience, the times I've used ORM, why did I not over SQL, even though it's simpler, and vice versa. Why would I want to write SQL? Why would I want to use SQLX to write raw SQL? Why was I seeking CORM to like? So I started thinking about that and trying to think as from first principles as much as possible. So some of my philosophies, you shouldn't have to make trade-off in the way people think about it. It shouldn't have to be when I'm using this library, I I need to use ORM or I need to write raw SQL. It should be case by case. You want to write this query. For this specific query, you just want to instantiate an object, let's say struct, and just save that to the database. Just call save on that. You want to update a field, just call update, set the field. Or I've written some macros to even make that much more robust, and they give you compile time check. It should be easy, but you want to write complex queries, then you should be able to write raw queries without sacrificing the type check. And if you scroll down here, you actually see that you can write raw queries with this if you want. I should have just used the table of content. So yeah, queries. You can write raw queries, and you can even write multiple, and you can bind your variables to them. You can interpolate that. And the nice thing is, if you mistype the query, it tells you. if you miss one of these, you mistype one of the variables, you're gonna get a compile type check also, right? So you want to, for a specific query, this is what seems reasonable to you, then go with it, right? Then I also introduced another concept. I'm calling that turbo, query turbo for now. And this, for me at least, is a novel concept that I've never seen anywhere. But it was also from thinking from first principles of what I would want the ideal database framework to look like. And if you look, this looks like you're writing normal Rust, and it's basically allows you to write every normal Rust syntax. But this actually, under the hood, at compile time, compiles into what you would have uh, as your database query. So the nice thing about this is when you're writing this, it's very easy to translate that between. So I have a complex one, more complex one. You can have a statement. So where you assign an expression to a variable. You can have a normal statement, or this is an expression, right? But of course, with this colon is a statement, standalone statement here. You can have an if-else statement. You can have a for loop with a nested for loop with an if-else statement nested into it. And when you're using SurrealDB, if you've used SurrealDB, if you're writing SurrealDB, it's very easy for you to translate this mentally. When you're writing this, even though it seems like you're writing normal Rust, if I write, and I probably should put this in the README, if I put a side-by-side comparison of the raw query in SurrealDB, you'll see that they will read almost exactly the same, like almost like verbatim. Like you're gonna write begins translation transaction, let balance one. This is exactly how you're gonna write it in SurrealDB. So this is like a middle ground between query building and the raw query. So you have this option. This is a very new or novel idea. You have this option if you want. You can write raw queries, right? And at the same time, you can use like, these are like query building stuff that also read as the raw query should read if you're writing that in SQL in SurrealDB. So from left to right. So what I see, there's other framework also or library also do that I felt like I formed a little bit of barrier. So every tiny mental barrier to what the raw SQL would look like, all those things compound, right? And so now another example would be if you're trying to write conditionals. So putting all those things together, that was what led to me deciding that I was gonna write this, and I'm very close to finishing this, and I'm excited. So I hope that explains why I did that. But anyway, we've got these. So we're ignoring this currently, and we don't want to ignore. We actually want a boolean there. Keep serializing if. So it's expecting it on this, and if I don't put it, that's gonna throw an error. So we got that. That's all I need. Actually, it should suffice that if there's relate field, you shouldn't need to do all this extra gymnastic with the model attribute. It shouldn't matter what the table is, it's agnostic of that. So that is not necessary. And we actually don't need it, we just want to make sure it's provided. So I can remove all unused. Then let's go to generate thread. Yeah, I have one last thing I want to do after this. That's not necessary. Ensure default transcripts So now that that is done, there is one last thing I would like to do for this PR. So the nice thing about this is that if you, where are we? Let's say you miss one of these, it should yell at you. If it doesn't yell at us, then yep. So it tells you what to do. So it should always tell you, it should be easier for you to know what to do. So when you're working mindlessly, at least it should tell you when something is going wrong instantly. So now it tells you to put both, and that's perfect. And we might actually be able to catch a lot of bugs now. I'm pretty sure there are some places we haven't done that, which is the whole point of doing this, right? That probably, yeah. Yep, you see, we're missing default. And one thing I could also do is tell specifically that maybe I think I can improve on this a little bit. So rather than giving you this generic error like Saturday attribute blah blah blah, I can just tell you exactly what's missing instead of just giving you a generic error. But this might be fine also. So yeah, I could just tell you like the default attribute is missing. Saturday attribute not set with required attributes on. Do you? I'm thinking that we can just say you must. We should come with the solution, then we can expand on the problem later. Like Saturday attribute not set. I think I would rather maybe start with the solution before giving you, so we can save you some of that. Let's go. Attributes. Let's copy the error here. So we can actually make this more specific. Yeah. I think this is fine. It's not a very ambiguous. You must set or just say missing the attribute. Missing required the attribute on field. And this field is a read-only field. This is because I think this is maybe slightly better. Right, let's go. Yeah, so now it tells us missing request. I don't even need to say on field. Let me just mention the field. So now we're actually missing that on a lot of fields. One thing I need to figure out is why the error. Figure out why the error is bubbling. Because I would want to rather just have it here alone. So we've got the same issue here. there we actually have the error, the issue in a lot of places, and this is why I like having these checks. But I will also improve that so that you don't even have to do this manually. I mean, some people might actually prefer to have this explicit declaration. Default is not satisfied. Do we have to implement default for user? Relate this default. Yeah, because the wrapper, we don't have constraint of default on that, on V. Relate is default. Okay, let's go default. Yeah, this implements default. Let's check that. So this requires a user which, okay, that's weird. Default, it requires user with default to implement, user with generic default. Default is implemented for this. It's not when it's empty. I'm trying to deserialize. So we'll be deserializing something that doesn't exist and would require a default. It was implemented for relate v. Good for. Why does it require that? What if I've got something like this? Doesn't require me to implement default for this. So I just let's see. Let's see. what about the link many? Why don't we have the same issue there? Why don't we have the same requirement for field 3? And that also implements default. Oh, I don't require that to have default. Let's see. Do I really need default on this field? I think I don't, because anyway, I already implemented default for all this, and Saturday we choose that when it's trying to serialize, and it's been working for a reason up to this moment. So this default makes sense if I'm trying to serialize this field, but I don't think it makes sense if I am not trying to do that. So we might as well just take that off. I think skip serializing is the main and probably the only thing we need right now. So might as well just get rid of that, and that seems unnecessary now. If it doesn't have skip serializing, we just, and we could now ignore the default. Yep. I need to update the message. Yeah. That solves our issue rather than trying to fix a problem we didn't have in the first place. Of course, we could have just implemented default for that, but I don't want to require you to have to specify default on all your struct if you don't want to. And also, I want to empower the developer, so I'm supporting complex generics. So we want to use lifetime generics, type generics, trade bound, lifetime bound, where clause at any level, combination of web clause and implementation block generics. I want to support it all. And at the same time, you'll notice that when you're calling this, you're saying self. You might not have seen this anywhere, but this also supports that. So you don't have to be doing this. Of course, this will also work. But imagine doing this. But you can just do self. So I'm supporting that also. I'll just kind of discard. Okay. They require scale serial. Actually just merge this and do that as a separate PR where, yeah, I think I'll do that as a separate PR. It only makes sense. Says cargo check the whole thing. So what I want to do is I want to support okay, what am I missing? It's actually catching. It's catching some bugs already. Of course, if I reload this, it's gonna. Yeah. Missing required Saturday attribute field. Says created on the field. Right. So we can. They already disappeared. But anyways, we can just do done. Then user with generics. We do the same thing here. This is kind of uptight. Let's space it out. And actually, yeah, this is not necessary anymore. You don't have to do that. And to tell you what, I've actually kind of started preferring just doing this, but I'll leave this as is. And you don't even need the. You don't need that. This is 54. Okay, now specified. We got a new relate. Okay, we've done. I think it's looking good. Let's clear that and run character check. Yep. Let's run all the tests. Run the test, make sure everything passes. So actually I was trying to explain what I'm gonna do next. So essentially what I'm gonna do next is I would allow you to set this so you don't even have to do skip serializing, and it detects that automatically for you, and it does that. But then we're not going to be using a derived macro in that situation. We'll be using a proc macro attribute to achieve that. Yeah. So you can either put it at the top or still keep it where it is, but you would then have to import the attribute function. So it's more like a function like macro. Then it's going to take care of what I've just done manually for you, so you don't even have to do the skip serializing. It will do it automatically. So this is a preference thing. A lot of people would totally prefer to have the skip serializing there. For example, there are a lot of things that I've intentionally decided on that even though they might reduce your typing a little bit, you probably spend 80% of the time reading code than you do writing the code, right? So an example of that is I could totally make it that you don't have to specify this for default, because like if you misspell this in a different way, you're gonna get an error because my ID is slowing down. You're gonna get an error now. I mean my editor, which says the table name must be in snake case of the current struct name, and it tells you company. So, or you can just use relaxed table name. So for default, I can make it technically you don't even have to specify anything. I can make that possible, and I can also eliminate this way. But even though those things can be inferred and derived entirely, at least for the default, and I can tell you, oh, these are the conventions of this, database framework. I I believe that having these things are actually good for minimizing cognitive overload. When you see a struct, oh, the table name is this. You don't have to think in your head like, what's the snake case representation of this company? Oh, it's just small letter. What if you have more complex name, and we might have somewhere else? What if it's like company blah blah blah? Then you have to map that. That's a cognitive overload. Then when you see this keep serializing, you know that oh, this relate field, it's not storing this in the database, right? Then that tells you that oh, it's not being stored. If you're a new person to this, then you ask yourself why. All the relate fields apps keep serializing. That means they won't be stored. Then you can go to the documentation or you can read the info here. I will include that in the info and it will tell you that this will not be stored. It's only a read-only field. Why don't I just do it right away? Reference to referring field. This is not stored in the database and is mainly a read-only field derived referencing to yep. So we have that. I want this to fix though. Soon. Awesome. So 9255. Why did this change? And not touched this. That's kind of weird, even though it looks valid. Still weird. So once we have this done, I think I'll take a little break, go eat out. I'll go eat out, candidate. Then after editing out, once I get back, I will stream the other side, the other part, which, thinking of it now, it might not even be necessary. I think I'll prefer to see the skip serializing attribute so that you know yourself. It's a descriptive stuff. And but anyway, I will implement that and we'll see. This shit is actually making me really hungry. It's making me hungry. I don't know what it is. So I want to just run this replace self. Okay, now it passes. Let's try to break it again. Nice. Revert. La 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 la. What song is that? Why is this taking so long? Test finished. Jimmy. Isn't he able to run tests in a workspace? Oh, so I can actually run it in a... Why? That doesn't make sense. Spin up the cars. Why isn't it printing them to standard output? Not. Yeah. Like 26. Internal. Oh yeah, of course. These we could figure out how we're gonna, but these are duck tests, and we need to update the duck, but not now really. So we would have to skip that for the ORM test, because those are duck tests we want to skip anyway. Let's run all the tests alone. I wonder if we can just skip for specific stuff, because these documentations are not up to date. We need to update all these. This is ignored. Is this ignored? Okay, this isn't ignored. So we need to update the code for this. We might have to make some changes. Yeah, a bunch of stuff we need to do here, but I'm still focusing on the code. Has changed here. serialization for so okay. Missing field devs. I see. So that's why we would have to require default. First, let's fix this. Okay, it's this. Yep, we need a default here. Without the defaults, let's see what we get. Yep, so we will have to require that. So I need to have to fix it again. Here we go again. What time does a place close? Oh yeah, this implements default. Should we start going? Of course, the easy way out would be to do this default. But then this requires default again. So we need to find a way around this. And I know node is not, let's remove. I'm mostly after the default, so I can test it any other way. What if I do? So why doesn't it require default on this? Scenario. Doesn't require default there. The default should be vec, but not this. Default. User doesn't implement default, right? Default is implemented for relate, right? Required for, yeah, but relate v implements default. So why are we requiring relate user to implement default when it literally says that default is implemented for v? That makes no sense, right? It says default is implemented for relate v, and in this context v would be user. So you're saying that default is implemented for this, but the same thing should implement default. The only thing that would violate this would be that this user is not v, but v is generics. I might have said maybe if we would be using reference, but this got no reference. So I don't know if the lifetime is the issue here. Why don't we try? What if I create an identical? Let's call this user 2, no generics. Take that off. So we would try user 2. Interesting. At least we've got no generics now. So that is weird to me. That is really weird to me. Because if we do vec, and relate is basically vec, because don't we have, we practically implement deref for it. We implement deref, and it should deref into vec of that, which is this. But it derives into ref of v and not into v. I don't think reference is a spot. Okay, it is. So it actually derives into still. And this is the only place we're getting this issue. How about we do reference? Let's run carro check. See. Doesn't reference implement default. It does. This is it. Wow. So using reference directly actually compiles, but really it doesn't. That is incredibly weird to me, especially given the error message. Oh. Okay, that is incredibly weird to me, because this actually implements default. Take it out. But we shouldn't have to implement default for this, because the wrapper implements default. So the wrapper should be able to know how it's relate, implement default, and should understand how that would be done. That's not Saturday's business, right? From the moment we have relates with the default implementation, how about we actually manually implement that? And the default of that would just be an empty vector. Like relate already understands the implementation of the default. Yeah, I think I might have to take some time to think this through. Reference works, using vector directly also works. Yeah, I'll have to come back to this. So, because I wouldn't want a situation whereby you would have to be implementing default for everything. That wouldn't be ideal. The wrapper should the wrapper already implements default, and I think that should suffice. I really do. But anyways, I will have to come back to this. Go grab some treat, go get some fresh air, and maybe from the error message, there's no indication that that shouldn't work. But I need to, because of course I'm always wrong. Computer is always right. Unless there's a bug inside it, I don't see why this shouldn't work. Because relate struct, wrapper struct implements default. So all Saturday needs to do is just to call default on that, and it gives you an empty vector. But it's stripping. Anyway, guys, I need to go grab something to eat and go out a little bit because I've been indoors and sedentary quite a bit. But I'm excited, and I'm actually gravitating towards making this explicit. So you're providing the skip, serializing and default, because it means we're not hiding anything from each other. You can question why is this field being skipped if you come to this new code base and they tell you, oh, actually it's a read-only field. But if I do it for you, that will be hidden from you. So I'm actually not implement that other short, that other stuff that would make you not have to include that. We'll see. But anyways, thanks for joining. I appreciate you. Thanks for supporting. Like, share, subscribe, and check out the project on GitHub. I just share it in the chat. I hope you guys are having a wonderful week, and yeah, congrats to England and Spain. The finale is on Sunday, and congrats to Canada also, Copa America. Yeah, cheers everyone. Peace. I'll be back soon. Once I get back, I would like to get down to the root of this problem and figure it out, sort it out, so that we can implement the last feature ASAP. Keep breathing code. Peace.